environmental engineer, and the topic was connected with the general issues of sustainable development in inland areas. And it was the occasion to test and apply some methodology that allowed students to test in a real case application some process in order to build a sustainable development scenario for a specific area settled in Basilicata region in the south of Italy. The general scope is connected with the topic of inland area development, which is also covered by several national policies oriented to promote innovative tools and approach, promoting development, socio-economic development in those territories. Then we refer to New Urban Agenda framework as a reference framework in order to identify main objectives and issues in order to try to downscale the general framework promoted by New Urban Agenda in a local context. And then we will see the results of the logical framework approach application in the study areas. In a synthetic view, we will present some specific issues that the students highlight, measured and demonstrate in the specific context in order to define a development strategy. Regarding inland areas, it's not an emerging topic, it's a traditional topic of regional development. A traditional topic that any times comes again with the different tools, with different policies, with different objectives. Actually, the dimension of inland areas, it means those areas that are far from the main centers of socioeconomic development. The dimension of inland area could be considered as the 67% of the total municipalities in the southern Italy. So it is a huge amount of local communities that are considered as inland areas, and a huge extent of territory that covers this area. And the intensity of this phenomena is relevant also for the national context, because in the south of Italy, the 44% of the area is considered as an area that needs structural investment and structural policies in order to start the process of local development. Those areas are the areas where the population abandonment, the crisis of economic sector, the primary sector, but also other sector characterize the context. And according to those criticalities, the issues of local development has to be considered in a different perspective, from the general approach that is adopted in the metropolitan areas, or in those areas where there are other conditions in order to start a process of local development. The general framework that we refer to is the New Urban Agenda, whose purpose was to orient urban management and urban transformation toward a sustainable perspective, and a perspective that puts in the center of the process of planning people's need and pursue the general objective to have a better urban context where to live. On the contrary, the New Urban Agenda is very centered on urban context. We are not in an urban context, we are in a rural area. So we have to consider that more than 60% of the global territory is represented by rural context. And while today the intensity of investments on the metropolitan area is consistent, on the rural context there is a lack of policy and also resources. And so, from my point of view, we are not in a balanced situation, and we are in the situation where the huge investment in metropolitan area could be also not effective if in the rural context, in the surrounding rural context, a similar approach and complementary approach will be not adopted. So the students follow the logical framework approach as a methodology in order to structure the context analysis and then the proposal for the strategic intervention. Here we have the SWOT analysis that puts together strengths, opportunities, weakness, and threats measured in the context. We are working on a peculiar area of Basilicata region composed of 4 municipalities, Castelmezzano, Pietrapertosa, Campomaggiore, and Albano. Is a central part of the region. Is an area in huge demand for local development, but it's an area also where tourism attractors and tourism flows represents a strength of these places. The beauty of the place is characterizing all the context, and but at the same time, the lack of population, the abandonment of the territory, the crisis of the most economic sector represents something that we have to consider in order to start a new development process. The students tries to map weaknesses, strengths, opportunity, and risks identified in the SWOT analysis in order to have a geo-SWOT, in order to fit the criteria where all the threats that you are identifying in a specific area has to be mapped, because as approach is something that characterizes our point of view. Then they structure the problem tree. It means that they connect together in a tree structure through the link of cause-effects relation, all the critical points that characterize this context. And from that elaboration, they realize an objective tree. The objective tree gives them the opportunity to select 3 main strategies of development. The enhancement of job offers, the enhancement of service supply in the area, and the improvement of territorial accessibility. Those 3 strategies keeps together objectives that identify a specific sector of intervention. Among those 3 sectors, they selected one main strategy in order to organize a proposal, an operative proposal. And in this case, they prefer to work on strengthening the job offer. They selected several activities and they structured the results, indicator, and all what is asked by the logical framework approach in order to fit the procedure. And then they also refer to some pilot actions that comes from other experience that they selected at national and international cases that suggested some specific activities which can be compared with other local contexts where those activities produced already results. Something regards natural capital, something regards the support for marginalized group in the local communities, the topic of pharmacy services, so health care services is something that characterizes the proposals, but also the inclusion of migrants and other minority was something that was included in the process. I want to share with you this experience because it's quite a complete exercise, academic exercise where logical framework approach since the beginning to the end of the process was already implemented in the courses, and students learned about the connection of different stages of strategic planning, applying specific tools like geographic information system and other spatial information that are necessary to understand and to draw the context and the strategic framework. They refers to an international frameworks of objectives represented by the new urban agenda, And finally, they collected and compared with the local context other best practices, so experiences that already realized in another place produce some specific results, in order also to propose a strategy that is could be argued, could be discussed with the local communities, local decision making, proposing some specific reference in order to understand the capacity of the intervention. Okay, this work was realized in a specific academic course, the territorial engineering course that we developed in the framework of the master degree in engineering at University of Basilicata. Okay, thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Okay. Any remarks, Professoressa?
Any remarks?
Any remarks?
It's not a remark, it's more of a question and related curiosity. Did the students present their proposal actions to local stakeholders? And how could these actions feed into their real strategy for the inner area? I mean, what's the level of visibility?
Okay. So I missed some information, so thank you, because you give me the opportunity to put on all the puzzle pieces in the right place. This work is also under a wider research project that regards that specific area of intervention. The project considers natural risk, innovative solution to manage natural risks in the area. And one of the horizontal topic of this new approach in managing natural risk and solution is also to consider the socio-economic development perspective. So we are in this horizontal framework. And so the involvement of local community exists and is structured also according to other actions of the main research projects. We are in the process. It means that the results of the work of the student will be discussed with the local stakeholder. Additionally, I can say that will be the basis to propose a geodesign workshop with the local stakeholder. The program was to realize it a few months ago, but we have to reschedule all the programs. The feasibility of the action has to be matched in practice, because in any case we are in a real context of application, but there is not a specific funding opportunities or a specific policies that fits the borders of the strategy. No, it means, for instance, a total budget to be used or some specific categories of intervention that has to be realized or not. But in the process of the discussion with the local community, I believe that this could be argued in a proper way, and I think also that people could understand the technical meaning that are beyond this elaboration. Thanks.
I also ask some. In the territorial agenda, because I'm dealing with islands and we have a lot of similarities with rural areas and islands. In the territorial agenda, they are mentioned as less developed or areas that have a lot of challenges in terms of development. But for example, in the Greek context, the national policy does not take into account these areas with specific policy or something like that. In Italy, the national context, the national policy framework takes into consideration rural areas as specific part of the...
There is a specific policy, national policy, and is also promoted as an innovative tool, no? Because the approach is quite innovative. They didn't finance directly infrastructure or specific, but they finance a process of enhancing local knowledge and local capacity to make a good program, to measure in advance the impact, to make local evaluation in order to achieve at the end a strategy that could be financed by specific public funds that regard infrastructure, social services, and so on. We will see some pictures in the next presentation, I think, about that. I am quite critical on the approach and the results of this strategy, because it's not comparable with the mainstream programs, no, that at national and regional level, comparable in terms of the amounts of money that goes in the process. But of course, it is stimulating the local reality, because they force the municipality to be connected together, to discuss among them, to try to achieve a territorial vision of the development, not a local vision, no, based on a measure or strategy or a vision for local development. So there are a lot of positive arguments. What is it's really critical from my point of view is the fact that this strategy has the objective of repopulating the rural areas explicitly. It's something strange. No, you have to force people to go. No, the idea is that you have to give the opportunity. You have to start, but it's something that we have to discuss about.
If I can add something, it's not like rural areas per se, because for instance, in Northern Italy, rural areas are well serviced and well connected to the main centers, the main resources. It's the rural areas that are remote, poorly
areas.
connected, poorly services, and that are depopulating, hence this ambitious objective and totally utopic. I agree with you.
Okay, in any case, thank you very much. We can go on with the second presentation. We speak about
point of view and what also local stakeholders could also say and combine all these issues together because sometimes we can see from all of the data that we have that something is going in one direction, it's place-based, but the local flavor can bring a boost in the vision, but we cannot imagine sometimes.
Yes.
And I want to ask, in which way, in a tools perspective, do you want to find these values? What's the
I know which was the basis, for example, for your workshop in Sardinia. We have an experience of co-design, for example. Maybe this could be helpful to have a clarified process of this knowledge acquired. I don't know, I can say. This could be, for example, one way, but maybe I don't know, for example, in your cases, the merge of the merge of different tools, for example, data analysis, and at the end, the design process workshop could be combined, so it can could be a solution. I'm looking for
Another issue is that we are considering that we work on is the fact that sometimes in inland area, so places abandoned, very far from the west, the general approach that the public policy has is to invest on some infrastructure. Tourism infrastructure with attractors of flow of investments. And sometimes it works. It means that a tourism destination that offers something new, something unique, something that is connected with the local values, something like that, probably can generate a tourism flow. No? So in this view, you have an effective investment, no? Because you put some public money, you get the flows, you generate some local economies and so on. But after years, after the investments, in many cases, the socioeconomic structure of those places doesn't change. It means that people continue to move abroad, that the process of repopulating the place, if we want to refer to the discussion, is not effective at the end. So, is it the right way or not? Or you have invested on some soft action, not infrastructural actions, in order to enhance the capacity of local people, of people that goes there and that informally welcomes tourists and not take care of the places, as she said before. This is a question.
I think everything is necessary, but because always the local policies think about something tangible, a road, or lights, or something like that, and they forget, okay, we want to explode, but which kind of tourists and for what purpose and what is our goal? And afterwards, everything changes, and a lot of people don't want to live there anymore, and it's a natural cause of events.
In Greece, in Italy, and other places that have these conditions. Okay, thank you.
There are something that's not really about this presentation, but about how this work fits in your data programs. You stated what the problem was and how you approach this in your case study. What I would suggest thinking about, not for the presentation, but for the doctoral program, is how relevant is your case study in the light of the aim you want to address? Why is it relevant? Why this case study and not another one? And related to this, what kind of lesson can you learn about this place, this particular case study, which can be applied and transferred to other places? Because since it's a place-based perspective, you might risk having something which is very specific, very relevant to the area, but as a doctoral student, you should also broaden its perspective and make it relevant also for other city areas, other case studies. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yes. Thank you for the question. It's very hard. And okay, this case study is the starting point just for the first phase, just to observe what happened. Okay, it's a kind of exercise in this phase. Okay. Um, well, so it's true that it's so site specific. So the place-based approach is so linked to the characteristics of the territorial dimension. But how to investigate in this kind of territories and in I think could be a way to the one topic of my PhD.
Yeah, that is perfect. Just think about the fact that in the next years you have to flesh it out
Yes.
and to understand why it is important, how far it is representative of the bigger problem, because as scientists, we are interested in big problems
Yes.
that you might address in a specific place, that's great, but at the same time, you have to be aware and also make your listeners aware of what the limitations are. Because some findings will be very specific to this place.
Yes.
Some others will be general interest, and that's what we want to know. What's the general interest? And that applies to your future part, not to your presentation, as I stated at the beginning.
Yes.
So it was just a suggestion.
Yes,
not a question.
yes, no, it was so good because I was wondering even to myself. Yeah, but it was a good question for this. So, thank you.
Okay, we can move to the next presentation. We have Alfonso
Yes.
that worked a lot on Mitigo project. It was the project that I refers to before. So, you can
So, just a moment. So, the next presentation is about the definition of a set of metrics and of a procedure for the analysis of municipalities and for the identification of distinct condition of socioeconomic decline, in particular in rural areas. So the aim of this study is to define a set of indicators related to socioeconomic and demographic trends so as to identify distinct clusters of municipalities presenting similar conditions of decline, or in general terms, similar socioeconomic condition. So the focus is on the policies and strategies aimed at addressing the issue of rural decline. This aim is central, is relevant to national and European policies, and it is aimed at addressing a phenomenon, rural decline, which can be defined as a process resulting in a significant decrease of population determined by both economic stagnation, outmigration, migration drag, population aging, and resulting to determining a decrease in population, a decrease in service provision, and thus determining a condition of decline, which can also differ from place to place. In fact, this study is relevant to the ongoing debate of, about the recognition of intra-rural divide, that is about the recognition of specific forms of rural decline determined by specific combinations of socioeconomic conditions, which call also for specific policies, specific strategies aimed at combining both adaptation and mitigation strategies. So the method of this study is based on the definition of a set of indicators related to social, economic, education, spatial conditions of the municipalities of southern Italy. And then the method is based on the application of principal component analysis and clustering functions to identify distinct clusters of municipalities presenting similar socioeconomic and demographic conditions. Here we can see the indicators selected for the analysis, which are grouped into 8 distinct dimensions, ranging from conditions of access to basic services to population tendencies, but also regarding access to internet, expenditure on municipal infrastructure, building stock, education, agricultural production, and economic sectors related in particular to manufacturing and services sectors. The analysis, the preliminary stages of the analysis identify the number 7 as the optimal dimension of the clustering process. That is indicated that 7 is the optimal number of clusters. So by using a k-means clustering function, 7 clusters of municipalities are identified. And the analysis of both the centroids of the clusters and of specific individual indicators was meant to provide a characterization of the 7 clusters. In particular, here we wanted to focus on the variation of population, and we can see that, for instance, a negative demographic trend is observed in inland areas, in particular in inland mountain areas, while a mild and moderate increase of population can be observed in coastal and urbanized area. If we observe natural balance, we can see that natural balance is critical in inland areas. So these data can indicate that in inland areas we have a population decrease determined both by first stage of out-migration, determining an demographic imbalance resulting in negative natural balance and consequently in further population decrease. While if we observe socioeconomic conditions, for instance, the gap in terms of income per capita between the municipalities of southern Italy and the national average, we can see that the gap is critical in terms of income per capita in internal areas, while a mild gap is observed in urbanized area. But on the contrary, an interesting finding is that if we observe the convergence of income per capita, that is the tendency of the variation of the gap between the local income per capita and the national average, we can see that a positive trend can be observed in an internal area, while a negative trend can be observed in urbanized area. So, building on the analysis of the mean values observed for the 7 clusters and building on the analysis of the values of the individual indicators, we can identify 3 clusters, cluster 1, cluster 2, and cluster 5, as 3 sets of municipalities presenting distinct spatial socioeconomic conditions leading to specific forms of rural decline. In particular, cluster 5 presents a sort of non-reversible decline, while cluster 1 presents a condition of advanced decline, and cluster 2 a condition of mild decline. This characterization of these three clusters in this preliminary stage can suggest the need for specific policies, for specific strategies of intervention. In particular, cluster 5, given its condition of almost no reversible decline, underlines the need for mainly adaptation strategies, that is, strategies aimed at not inverting the demographic tendencies, but aimed at improving conditions of life, quality of life of the population. For instance, adaptation strategies can include the experimentation of innovative forms of services provision, in particular in the field of healthcare services, education services, and transport services. For instance, by developing a multimodal transport service that integrates public transport, active mobility solutions, and demand-responsive shared mobility solutions. While in the case of healthcare services, the proper strategy can include the development of decentralized infrastructures of local facilities to complement the traditional network of hospital. While on the other end, cluster 2 and cluster 1 suggest the need for policies that combine both adaptation and mitigation strategies, where mitigation strategies are defined as strategies aimed at inverting population trends by promoting economic development. In this case, economic development strategies could be based both on the promotion of alternative forms of tourism, including ecotourism and smart tourism, but also can be aimed at promoting multifunctional agricultural practices, that is, entrepreneurial strategies that aim to integrate the production of quality products and of products rooted into the natural and cultural local values, but also aimed at complementing agricultural production with other functions, including accommodation, transformation and distribution of products, and the preservation and valorization of the tangible and intangible components of the cultural landscape. So this is the future development of this study will be focused on the definition of a revised set of indicators meant in particular to cover the different dimensions of population phenomena, of demographic phenomena, and the aim of this research is to define indicators and tools that can support informed decision in the context of policies aimed at addressing rural decline, so as to improve the impact and the transparency of decision-making processes.
Any questions?
I have lots of questions. Anyway, I will choose one which is about the methodology. Did you try and implement a kind of a sensitivity analysis for the cluster analysis? I mean, you chose the K-mean algorithm, right?
Yes.
And these would randomly choose the seed, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if you perform some iterations, then chances are that the seed will change, and with the seed, the cluster will change as well. So did you try iterating the analysis, and did you get different results? And if so, how much different result could affect your implications?
Okay, thank you for the question. So first of all, the number of cluster, which is not the answer to your question, but I want to underline this aspect. Yes, via principal component analysis and via the elbow plot to define 7 as the optimal number of clusters. Yes, I did several iterations also, and I found similar consistent results in terms of clustering and of course, the improvement of the sensitivity analysis is one of the topics that I intended to address in the future development of this strategy, of this method. And so thank you for the suggestion. And also because this was mainly a test of this kind of approach to the issue of defining distinct forms of decline. As I said in the conclusion, in the final remarks, we also intend to modify and to revise the set of indicators in particular because we think that the indicators that we selected in particular for the analysis of the economic conditions are not the best ones to capture, to recognize the specificity and of the economic structure of the local areas. So in fact, we are working on other sets of indicators, including, for instance, the apparent productivity of work and the ratio of local units of enterprises, of firms related to distinct economic sectors, or the number of employees for each economic sector, so as to produce a more relevant, a more significant representation of the economic structure of the municipalities, in particular in terms of the diversity of the economic system and of its productivity, of its performance. And another aspect will be related also to the impact, for instance, of public investment on this area and on the tangible and empirically observable impacts of these interventions. So this was mainly a test of this approach, and
I want also to discuss some of this, because let's use this time also to exchange some.
Yes.
Some in the final slide that you showed, I appreciated the fact that you used those keywords that generally are connected to climate change to identify a strategic approach, so adaptation mitigation. Probably in the discussion that you did, I missed another dimension which could be defined development. You said adaptation are for those areas that has not opportunity to change the system according to the structural capacity. Mitigation is something in between, from my point of view, between adaptation and development, because there are some places where you can imagine that the situation could grow.
Yes.
According to this.
Actually, development strategies are included within the mitigation dimension.
Okay, but in my perception,
But we can.
It's only something that.
Yes, I agree. It's something. It is a set of categories that we can broaden and
yes. Security system,
yes.
not to change it radically. No, that's
Of course.
That's a consideration. I know that the problem of selecting variables, including or excluding some arguments or some topics, is a general problem of that analysis. And I know that the significance of the statistical approach is the first step in order to have a clear picture of what we are analyzing. But I'm very fond also of the interpretability of the results, because you can have a very significant analysis that doesn't say nothing from the point of view of territorial interpretation. I believe that you balance those arguments, but from the 7th cluster, for instance, which is the red one in the map? I have this curiosity. What you describe as sites for touristic.
Yes, the cluster 7 includes several municipalities on the coast. Yes, which presents us. Yes. A significant tourism potential. While, for instance, cluster 3 includes mainly lands areas with an agricultural vocation.
Yeah, some better representation.
No, the map is perfect. But also 7 spiral diagrams, which help understand how
Okay.
performs
Yeah,
in
yeah,
terms
okay.
of teaching. And
Yes.
that's the typical way
Right.
this sometimes happens.
Okay, thank you, Alfonso.
Thank you.
Probably we have a final presenters, but she should be connected online. I cannot see Grazia Fattoruso.
No, but we have Domenico Toscano, who is one of the authors of the last paper.
Toscano, perfetto. Domenico, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I believe that you can share your screen and it's your time for the presentation.
Yes, thank you. Just okay. Can you see my screen?
Okay,
Yes.
We can see it and we can hear you.
Perfect. Okay. Sorry, just one problem because I don't see my screen. Okay. Okay. Can you see my screen in this?
Yes, the screen is
presentation?
okay. Please speak louder in order to listen you better.
Okay. Good morning. I am Domenico Toscano, and today we are going to talking about this presentation, modeling of landscape for the integration of agrivoltaics using GIS approach. So in this slide, we can see the outline of this presentation. We start with some aspect with agrivoltaics and landscape. We introduce sustainable agrivoltaics. We can move to object and research demands, and we talking about the case study of the Trentino Alto Adige region. First of all, let's see what agrivoltaics means. Agrivoltaic systems are innovative photovoltaic solutions whose purpose is the co-localization of photovoltaics and agriculture on the same land unit, realizing by the cooperation between energy and the land productivity and the environmental sustainability. And the agrivoltaic systems allows the energy production without soil consumption. The authors are promoters at a national and European level of a new idea of agrivoltaics, termed sustainable agrivoltaics, aimed at maximizing the synergies among energy and agriculture production and landscape. So in this context, the objectives of this study of this work are the development of GIS-based tools for modeling the landscape in order to plan where and how to collocate the systems within. And the second one, the development of spatial pattern analysis to obtain quantitative metrics and indicators to make decision and address to the optimal design of these systems. Here you can read the main questions we tried to answer to: where to collocate the systems, how many the systems, how large this should be, and we are still working on how porous this should and be, how oriented. The last two research demands are ongoing in our project. So we can move to the Trentino Alto Adige. The Trentino Alto Adige is the region, our case study. This is a region in northern Italy, since it is one of the several pilot areas where innovative agrivoltaic systems will be experimented within the founded European project Symbiosis, and Enea is one of the project partners. In this slide, we can see some of different information about the Trentino Alto Adige region. So let's start presenting the methodology. We adopted a spatially centric methodology to develop the site suitability analysis, basically to identify the sites within the study area that are more suitable for hosting these systems according to the solar and agriculture criteria properly defined for the scope. The reversing visibility analysis to determine where the visual impact is the lowest because of orography and the setting parameters we should give as an input, such as observation height, target height, and the distance of observation. And the spatial pattern analysis to model the landscape with the artificial intelligence algorithm and to define quantitative metrics and indicators functional to ensure the best integration with the landscape. The main criteria chosen to create the site suitability map are listed here. They are mainly based on solar, topographic, and climate aspects that can affect the solar radiation coming on the ground, and the main constraints to consider agriculture level criteria have been selected and evaluated, such as the land use special layer, that is the Corin land cover map, that is an inventory of a European land cover split in the 44 different classes. And in this analysis, only classes beginning in 2 agriculture areas were selected. Other layers have been considered and properly weighted as like land capability classification and the water deficit, taking into account the main agrivoltaics benefit in water savings. In this table, we present the criteria with the main information such as the unit of measure, the type of this information, the resolution, and the sources. And it is important to note that these information are all open data. And here how we elaborated them in ArcGIS Pro to obtain the maps that we overlaid to finally have the Agri PIV site suitability map. This map illustrates that the most suitability sites to host agrivoltaic systems. We have applied an advanced spatially based methodology that integrates GIS methods and tools and the multi-criteria decision assessment technique as analytical hierarchy process. We can observe that the suitability areas for development of agrivoltaic systems are mainly distributed around the river valley, is green area around the river valley. And this is the main results of this analysis. The suitability areas cover a surface of almost 70,000 hectares, and here we calculated an agrivoltaic potential of about 40 gigawatt, considering 0.588 megawatt per hectare. The highest agrivoltaic potential is evaluated for fruit trees and the berry plantation class, followed by pastures. We can see the pie chart. So the next step for achieving the objectives of this research work has been the visibility analysis. This was made with ArcGIS tools, giving as an input the point of observation that will place it in the most densely populated urban areas and along the protected areas borders. The cone of visibility are creates. The sites that are included in one or even more of these cones are the most theoretically visible from this point of view, which means it would be considered not put panels on these, or if necessary to put the highest technologies available. At this point, this point, using specific GIA tools for image segmentation, we have modeled the landscape of the agrivoltaic suitability areas within and out of the visibility cones. We start for the satellite image, and these images are recognized and classified for our scopes. The output of this step are properly elaborated and corrected if necessary, was used as input for a spatial pattern analysis using a FragStats model, which is a tool that calculates landscape metrics and at three levels: patch, class, and landscape. First, we have selected the metrics to be calculated, able to model the landscape for the development of the agrivoltaic systems. These tables show these metrics, and we can see that are a wide variety of metrics, and B has been selected and calculated as area, perimeter, patch density, splitting index, relative richness, and so on. The preliminary step were establishing the area of investigation, classifying it by Corilla and Cover classes, and creating a TIFF file with a background class area, the white rectangle in the figure in this slide, that is computed by the program, but is not read as a class. In this case, we had just one class, the fruit trees and the berry plantation, and the background. As we finished preparing the input file, we gave it to FragStats, set the tool, typed the metrics we wanted to measure, and let it run. In this slide, we present the value metrics calculated for area of investigation 1. The second area, as we considered, has the three classes: the vineyards, the pastures, and the complex cultivation patterns, and the background. And in this slide, we present the output metrics calculated by the FragStats model. The results that we can observe that the information about the dimensions, the area of investigation 2 has 0.65 hectares and are larger than area investigation 1, and the average area and the perimeters values are both higher. Some consideration about the shape. Both area investigation average shape index shows that generally patch shape is regular and can be assumed as being an elongated square, since the shape is equal to 1. When the patch is square, it increases without limit as patch shape becomes more irregular. And this is the preliminary result, and thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Domenico. I have a little observation, probably clarification from your side. But these landscape metrics have been computed even in the hypothesis that the agrivoltaic was installed or not. Or are landscape metrics that regards only the suitable area for installing agrivoltaic?
Yes. The analysis is for the landscape, the installation of agrivoltaics plants. In order to calculate, to demonstrate the harmonious of the landscape of the agrivoltaics installation of the landscape.
According to the quantity of energy production that you mentioned before.
Yes.
Which represents the most the highest suitable quantity of energy is stored.
Yes, yes. This is a preliminary results that we have calculated a potential energy potential of the
Energy
convection.
potential. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other remarks? Okay, I want also to say thanks to Grazia Fattoruso that she participated in this research, and I give you my greetings, Grazia. Okay, I believe that we can. We have not any other presentation in this session, and probably we can close our works. Okay, we have a coffee break now.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thanks to all of you.
The coffee break will be near the registration. Yes, it's really interesting. And now I'm analyzing the data from the workshop. It's amazing. And they mentioned something really important because we gave them the opportunity to select if they want to talk about the whole island, the metropolitan area, or the North Island. And they chose to talk about the full island, the whole Sardinia, the whole island. And they mentioned that they think that the urban areas have lost part of their identity, and they should be connected better with the rural areas.
Those identities.
Yeah, because if you keep this relation strength, they can help the urban areas to keep their identity. I think it's really amazing. The point.
Magari we work on tourism ecosystem. This is the topic of our workshop. I'm looking for some research group that develop similar things in order to have a discussion. It will be easy.
I forward to the presentation. The one is about the governance and islands, and the second one is about the Here, 9 o'clock.
Okay.
No, Carnello le dicevi. Ma io mi sento che ti adesso
Allora, un caffè, un
Però ti ho sbagliato.
quello
su forse sì, ma poi perché avevo trovato comunque gli script per provare una cosa nuova. Mentre invece poi c'era sì, il problema relativo alla sensitivity analysis, per cui volevo comunque trovare strumenti più
esatto.
precisi, più
Quello-
puntuali, perché lì comunque i parametri erano 150 initialization,
Initialization,
sì, e poi 1000
Meditazioni.
sì, 1000 meditazioni.
meditazione. Non conosco strumenti che misurano la sensitività, cioè se non quello di materialmente fare le iterazioni
Sì, e poi ho
e
provato
vedere come cambia.
materialmente anche quello, provare a rifarlo più volte per vedere come cambiare eventualmente. Sì.
You've seen the message for the request?
No?
They said if we can refresh the dates for the break.
Yeah, I am sharing it.
Yes, but did you Damiano said that
Okay, hello everybody. Thanks for being here. Let's stimulate quite interesting discussion. And we have three presentations in this session, so we have time to give them what they need to show their work, and then to discuss in details any question and any remarks. A little change from the program. I asked Luigi to start with the first work, which is the design of a local action toward EU 2050 targets. And this is a research that we are developing in collaboration with a group of economists.
Yeah.
They are experts in budget analysis, and we are sharing a specific focus on the evaluation of the effects of European Green Deal policies through the Covenant of Measure and other specific European policies in our region, the Basilicata region. Okay, Luigi, you can start with your presentation.
So I share the full screen. Full screen, full screen. Full screen. I don't see the full screen. No, I don't see. Edit. See. Full screen. Thank you. Good morning to everyone. I'm Luigi Santopietro, a PhD student from University of Basilicata, and this research is oriented toward the design of support tool in designing local energy efficiency intervention and climate change mitigation or adaptation action. The framework with the energy efficiency intervention and climate change intervention is at international level set by the current 2030 agenda provided by the UN, that with 11 and 13 target set energy efficiency intervention and climate change intervention. In specific, in the European policy framework concerning the energy efficiency intervention and climate change intervention, the current European policies is the European Green Deal that set an ambitious target, the net climate neutrality by 2050. And the current CO2 emission reduction provided and set by European Union is 55% by 2050. So in this policy framework, we focused on a specific initiative, a European initiative, the Covenant of Mayors initiative, that started in 2008, and since 2015, through a voluntary subscription, coupled the commitment to reduce greenhouse gases emission with mitigation and adaptation to climate change set by the European policies. And some feature at July 2023 highlighted the engagement of this initiative. Over 10,000 signatories of all population sites are submitted to the Covenant of Mayors initiative. And an important highlight is that over 60% of the signatories are small municipalities. What means small municipalities? Small municipalities are below 10,000 inhabitants. And so, what is the research question? The aim of this research, as I said, is to provide a means of support for the design of energy efficiency intervention From an economic perspective, based on the municipality's budget, in order to design intervention coupling the 2050 climate targets with the economic issues. The methodological approach was based on the assessment and comparison of public investments for the Italian municipalities. Why we selected the Italian municipalities? Because among the European initiative of Covenant of Mayors, Italy is the first one in terms of signatories. So we decide to deepen the Italian case. And we retrieve data from the database provided by the Covenant of Mayors, and for the investment, the public investment, from the national open public database that is Open Bilanci. In particular, we selected a training area, the Basilicata region, extending a previous research that allowed us to provide interesting insights on this track. And we selected the Basilicata region that is located in southern of Italy. The database that we investigated collected a lot of information, but we selected the public investment that were developed. In specific, from Open Bilanci, we selected the intervention coming from three items, budget items: education, public lightings, and public buildings, that are oriented to describe the expenditure allocated for maintenance and energy saving or energy efficiency for public buildings, public lighting, and public lightings as schools. The same was performed from the Covenant of Mayor database, looking into three specific sectors: local electricity production, municipal buildings, and residential buildings, that collect the energy efficiency intervention for the same items that we selected from Open Bilanci database. The study area, as I said, is located in the southern of Italy, is Basilicata region. This region was selected because on 131 municipalities that represent the whole of Basilicata region municipalities, 92 of them are Covenant of Mayor signatories. In detail, considering the two provinces, Matera province included all these municipalities in the Covenant of Mayor initiative, while for the Potenza province, only 62 of municipalities are Covenant of Mayor signatories. And looking to the graph describing the submission over the years from the launch of the initiative in 2008 and the last submission in 2018, it's described the increasing trend in submission to this initiative and in developing after the submission to Covenant of Mayor a plan, the Sustainable Energy Action Plan, that include energy efficiency intervention and energy reduction intervention. Considering on average the expenditure allocated for the energy efficiency intervention for the public lighting sector in Potenza province, it is possible to highlight that after the 2008, for the Covenant of Mayor signatories, there was a floating but increasing trend in allocating public investment in energy efficiency for the public lighting. In this graph, we can highlight between 2014 and 2016 the peak of the investment, because in these years the expenditure were allocated, and in these years the intervention planned were done and were completed. So we are the maximum of in terms of expenditure. The last 3 years show a quick increase, and this was probably due to the effect of the National Recovery and Resilience Plan. Furthermore, in this graph and in the other one, it is possible highlight the economic crisis that reduced the investment and reshaped the trend in all the public investments. Considering the investment allocated for the education sector, this is interesting because the Covenant of Mayors signatories have a trend higher than NOCOM. In particular, the trend is for the all years considered increasing, slightly but increasing. As said before, the last 3 years from 2019, 2020, 2021 highlight the effects of the supporting expenditure provided by the National Recovery and Resilience Plan. And as I said, the years again between 2014 and 2060 remark the peak and the completing the allocation of expenditures. The last one graph referred to Potenza Province is for the public building sector. The public building sector include all, in this sector, we included all administrative buildings, that excluding the schools that we considered before. And in this graph is the only graph that show a trend higher for the Covenant of Mayor signatories, but more floating trend with more decreasing period than increasing period. The only slight increasing period is the known period from 2015 to 2017. For the 30 municipality of province of Matera, it is possible to describe the same condition happened for the Potenza province, but within this group of municipalities, there's an interesting trend, and this related to the education sector that for all period is increasing, excluding the last 3 years, as I said before, but for the all periods, for the all years considered, as a floating but increasing trend. So, concluding, this research represents a first assessment in providing a support for the design of energy efficiency intervention through an economic perspective. This methodological proposal was applied to Basilicata region and show at the same time the effective and positive impact of European initiatives, such as the Covenant of Mayor initiative on municipalities, because these municipalities benefited from the economic perspective and in designing energy efficient intervention. The three sectors I investigated considered a stock in investment higher for the Covenant of Mayor municipalities than NOCOM ones. However, the different trends in investment were highlighted. Education sector, we can say, had a steady growth. Public building sector has a decreasing growth, while public lighting sector has a fluctuating but increasing growth. Future perspective are oriented to investigate more sector and more budget item from the municipal budget in order to achieve a overall a comprehensive urban vision of the intervention provided by the CIAP developed by Covenant of measures. Other interesting assessments are related to other intervention categories, including other investment, not only public but also private. And this assessment can be extended to other com and non-com municipalities of other population sites in order to understand what categories, public or private, drive the investments toward the EU 2050 targets and whether other EU-funded programs contributes. So that's all. Thank you for your attention.
Any feedback from the audience?
My question would be whether you already have or you are planning to correlate the investment trends with the pursuit of the targets. So can you assess, or have you assessed already, what's the impact of this investment and how they contribute to the overall targets?
Yes, the assessment were performed comparing the action planned by the municipalities and the public expenditure allocated, because the action planned go with the public.
I'm sorry, perhaps I didn't make myself clear. So, to what extent did this investment led to a real reduction in emissions or something like that? So, physical and climate parameters rather than in money.
Okay. It's a future perspective with this work, because the Sustainable Energy Action Plan provide the energy emission reduction as example, no, or the CO2 emission reduction expected from an initiative or an intervention planned by the signatories. But these data are voluntary provided by the signatories. So in our vision, we have to perform a scientific method to provide certain data, and not only by the voluntary information that signatories provide for the intervention planned. And other parameter that can be used for the design or to support the design of energy efficient intervention are related to benefit on not only in terms of energy reduction or energy efficiency achievement, but also on the effects on the health of the citizens, as example, or the reducing the damage provided by, as example, extreme events in terms of climate events. So that's
Exactly whether there's any correlation between the expenditure and the impact we want to produce. So
Yeah.
mitigation,
Yeah.
reduction.
there's a sort of correlation, and it's a further perspective.
There's
Certain.
also another problem, because those data comes from the evaluation report that each CCAP has to produce
Has to be
in a voluntary.
In a voluntary way.
But sometimes happens that the signature doesn't produce the monitoring. So you have not data
Yeah.
about that.
Yeah.
So the budget analysis is an alternative way to take information about the public investments that could also cover this lack of information that in the system of common information management process generally characterizes this way. So it's an alternative way to tackle this. Any other comments? Okay, Luigi, thank you for this presentation. We can go on. Now we change topic and we go to Rachele Vanessa Gatto, which represents the work about tourism ecosystem domains. This is a preliminary research results that comes from the early stage of implementation of a wide research project that we are developing at Basilicata University, linked to the huge amount of funds that now European states are investing on research and innovation efforts. And we are dealing with this topic. The topic is the tourism ecosystem. So how territorial communities including the people, enterprises, public administration, and so on, may interact properly in order to develop tourism perspective at local level.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Okay. So today, good morning everybody. I'm PhD student, as Francesca said, and so I'm working on this research to talk about tourism ecosystem domains. The first step is an effort trying to define what is a tourism ecosystem. And we start from the role of tourism in planning, so in the national policies, and then we try to provide this definition of tourism ecosystem and the relation in the role of this system in the recent line guide, Italian line guide for tourism development. And so we conclude with the next step of the research, so the future path. Tourism is considered as transversal sector is so many policies in Italy. So, for example, for the cohesion policy, so for the regeneration of inland and rural areas, tourism is considered as a driver, no, for its potential, its capacity to stimulate flows of people, goods, service, and demand, and so generate an impact on the territories. Because why in this kind of territories? Because these are recognized as territories with lack of services, but they are full of capital resources that fits well with tourism characteristics, supply chain, and so on. But if there are three kind of model that are actually adopt. One is focuses on temporary services, so kind investment in infrastructure and services for a specific target of users, and then we call that main attractors. And another type is to improve the accommodation, so the capacity of the territorial system to deal with the tourism flows. And the other one is more intangible purpose, such as implement the actor network system. Involves SMES, for example. But tourism, is it true? I mean, tourism is able to generate to have a social impact, economic impact on the territorial scale. Trying to answer to this question, we focus on a case in Basilicata region. About 10 years ago, there were a huge investment for for an activity, an experiential activity in the landscape, and this generate a lot of flows. There were a lot of tourists in there. So if we analyze this from 2012 and 2019, so a good time of good time to have some useful data. We can recognize that in these places there were a positive impact in terms of per capita income, and anyway a negative impact on the demographic change, so on the social social demographic indicators. In this case, the question is, okay, there were richness, of course, but in terms of the structure of the population, the social, the social capital, what happened? There is a gap. So in the evaluation assessment of tourism impact on the territories. So nowadays, as we see before, we just analyze a few indicators just to monitoring some focused specific field or specific question, but of course, this is not enough to have a clear view of the situation in the territorial assessment. So we're trying to shift from sectorized approach through an integrated approach made by node and relationship. In this case, the tourism ecosystem is defined as a network of interrelated and interdependent nodes that characterize a tourist destination area, providing benefits in a territorial development scenario. In this case, the analysis focus on the relation between the various sectors, for example, in the economic point of view, and at the same time the social point of view. Trying to find which is the relation between the various fields, and this is part of the national strategy for tourism development in Italy. First, in Italy, we have Italia.it. This is a platform where tourism that offer a service for tourists, focus so on the services and the demand. And so the part of the stakeholders, so the assessment, the impact is demanded through the other bodies. That in this case is at the regional level operative action must be at another scale, and just the role of Italy is focused on the guidelines. So the next step of research, so in this case we just trying to point the problem, and so the next step of research is the classification of tourism typology, then the development of territorial model in order to support to provide decision support system, and both for the public sectors and private operators that invest, and the implementation of the spatial infrastructure that is essential for the evaluation of the tourism services useful for the Italian platform. And then the result is an integrated methodology aiming at illustrating the impact of tourism services, for example, problems related to, for example, over tourism or seasonality. And so this is.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any comments? Any requests for information? Curiosity?
Yes.
I know this has nothing to do with the presentation, but do you know COVID, with the pandemic? What has been the impact and anybody quantify that?
Actually, no, because at this step of the research, we're just trying to define which are the elements, so the dimension that are affected. Of course, the analysis of COVID, so the phenomena is useful to reach the difference between in each field, each dimension, no? So would be a future, of course, consideration about that.
If I can add just a little information. Actually, the main focus also at the national level is to focus on post-COVID, because of course COVID affected the system and tourism suffered a lot. But it was also demonstrated that in the short term, that after the pandemic crisis until today, the tourism system in Italy grows more than the other industrial sector at the national level. So it is a strategic area of investment, and actually at national level we are reinforcing both the investment, both the promotion, both the organization of the system. So it will be a major topic for the next year.
I'm just wondering if you already monitoring, tourism, some indicators, because, or is there already this station-based infrastructure? It's going to be just built, and maybe, of course, within the national, and SDI, yes.
Yes, this is the main the next topic, of course, the step of the research, because actually nowadays there is no general, of course, data set that you can that you can analyze. For example, that is not at the national level. There are no indicators that's so specific. So for this reason, the first step is to trying to order,
Yes,
and
that's probably what you're going to follow, I assume, and then especially now it's kind of challenging since there is a Green Deal, the inspired active changing.
yes.
That is simply about the green data space and everything. So it's going to be very nice to see your research after 1 year.
Yes, we will see. There is also another topic, the fact that the measured destination generally are well described in data sources, information about flows, about the characterization of many information. What is really missing are the data in the not in measured destination, tourism destination, but in inland area. It was an area where the number of services, the number of accommodation are so few that are not monitored. No? So it is a specific topic that through this spatial data infrastructure we will try to cover, at least at local level.
Look forward.
I have a question. How are you dealing with unpredictable events? Because, okay, COVID is kind of unpredictable. There are things that are unpredictable. I don't know, volcano on. There are things that are predictable, and you know how to estimate and evaluate their trends. But then there are unpredictable things that like just distort the whole picture. Like, okay, we have COVID 2 years, but then all of a sudden we have a certain rate or whatever, happens. So how do you deal with unpredictable events and other
Well, I would like to say that
I'm curious about what could happen. So, but first of all, no, it's not the event, okay, so the unpredictable, but just what happened between the variation. No, this is the field of study. So achieving this, so achieving this knowledge about, so trying to understand the dynamics, what happened, and so trying to have a general view about that. No, is the result. And well, if something happened, you can monitoring that. So this is the topic at the end.
You know, there are in the modeling, there are assumptions and then there are some limitations. So
Yes.
you can always think about, okay, what are the limitations of my predictive, how can I predict things, and what are my assumptions, so maybe just something to think about.
Yes.
Okay?
Thank you.
Basically,
Yeah.
including unpredictable events in a model would require a non-linear model. And I don't think that such thing exists in these cases. So I think
to think about that is not.
Yeah,
there's not.
I don't think it is possible to model the unpredictable.
But it's possible.
Then it
to
wouldn't be
consider
unpredictable
that
anymore.
It would be possible. It's possible to consider that there is that there are unpredictable factors, and so.
It's the dimension of the resilience of the
It's
system,
just
how the
looking
system
at
can
just
adapt and
looking
can
at
react.
COVID, which tremendously distorted
Tourism.
for 3 years tourism tremendously.
Yeah.
Yes,
Across
of
the
course.
world, we can't deny that something like this exists in
Yes.
our modeling, because there might be the next one, there might be economic crisis, and how it's going to affect the world system. So it might not be your question, but it's
Yes.
definitely impacting.
Useful. Yes, of
modeling.
course.
It's useful to just think about it.
Yes.
That was my suggestion.
This is just COVID related.
But
One of the areas that we have been interested, at least where I come from, and Georgia and US, is that kind of new trends in tourism with the I guess non-conventional. I think Europe maybe is more used to Airbnb kind of logic, but in the US that's kind of a new thing. And it has a spirit, a new type of tourism, a less conventional, more focused on, the urban fabric and the urban dynamic rather than just going to the typical tourist place. And I was wondering, because I know that you can saying that you're going to come up with that quarterly, I wonder how much of that are you incorporating? Like younger people, younger generation are looking for different things than the traditional tourists.
Yes, but on one hand, there is the motivation of tourism, for example. The tourism motivation, I'm going there to spend some time, for example, for leisure or for luxury tourism, this kind of. So this is a kind of I don't know how to say. Impact in the future step, of course. For example, for rural tourism, there are conditions, and for luxury tourism, there are other conditions, of course, and indicator to take in account. This is not the resilience, but the ability to manage, of course, in the relation of the type of tourism, the system, so the model. Of course, as we said before, in this type of activity, night activities, night tourism, slow tourism, data are so difficult to find, but. Even for example, the assessment, so the impact on the territories could be the same. We have to test. I don't know.
It affects also the data sources, because for instance, no, Airbnb is a provider of data.
Yes.
They allow you to use the information that they produce. Other tasks. It doesn't give this opportunity, or you have to pay to get the information. There are expenses. So also informal data sources or innovative data sources has to be considered in order to have a more detailed picture. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Raquel. We can go on. We can go on with the final presentation, which is again by Luigi. And the topic is again the covenant of measures, because it's his topic of research. And in this presentation, he will describe the results of an assessment of built-up areas trend among EU 27 small municipalities.
So, good morning again. I'm Luigi Santopietro, PhD from University of Basilicata. And this research is aimed at assess the relationship between the population growth and built-up area expansion for those municipalities with a population below 10,000 inhabitants that we considered small municipalities at European level in order to assess a comparison between the countries, European countries, and find eventual trends. So, what is the European framework of land consumption? Is built on several directives, laws, but the main key features about it are the European Landscape Convention, the EU Biodiversity Strategy for the 2030, the EU Common Agriculture Policy, the Urban Agenda, and the EU Circular Economy Action Plan. In this key feature, there are the main directive law for the land consumption reduction and sustainable land use promotion. The aim of this research is in the perspective of net zero land consumption by 2050 target, the understanding of built-up areas trend and the relationship between built-up areas trend toward a densification process or land consumption compared to population growth. But for those municipalities, with a population below 10,000 inhabitants, the so-called small municipalities, with a specific focus again on Italy, because in Italy over 80% of municipalities have a population below 10,000 inhabitants. So we retrieve data from two European open access datasets. One is the Global Human Settlement Layer provided by the Joint Research Center that provide statistics of built-up areas in a 5 years interval from 1975 to 2020, and historical population deriving from national census from 1971 to 2011, provided by Eurostat. These data were provided at local administrative unit 2, the lower local administrative unit provided by Eurostat, the municipal level. The formulas, the tools, the research tools adopted are two. The land consumption ratio that is provided by the UN and is also used by UN, that is the ratio of built-up area, urban areas, occupied in a selected time frame. And a second tool is the traditional population density, that is the ratio between population and surface. The research was performed with two approaches. The first is a static approach and is based on the only considering the built-up areas, the increase of built-up areas. The second is a dynamic snapshot using the LCR ratio in order to compare two different periods and compare them. The first approach, the static approach, returned a picture of an increasing trend of built-up areas from 1975 to 2020, with an average of 200% for all European countries. This trend is reduced considering the time frame 2010-2020, with an average between the EU 27 countries of 50% of increase of built-up. It's necessary to highlight that these countries shown are the countries that include in them municipalities under below 10,000 inhabitants. Considering the LCR ratio, it is possible affirm that in the last 10 years, from 2010 to 2020, the ratio of built-up has doubled. Then in 45 years, from 1927 to 2020. It's a critical alarm, considering that from this trend, only Malta and Latvia are excluded. The all European countries have increased their built-up areas. So we ask if the built-up area increase should be related to the housing demand, and so we investigate the population density. But looking at population density, only from 1961 to 2001 or 2011, there's an increasing in population density. While in the last 10 years, considering the same period, there was a decrease in terms of population density. And as I said, we focused the research on Italy. And in Italy, considering the last three regions, and considering that the northern region of Italy are region more developed in terms of industrial areas, more populated than the southern ones, we saw that in the north of Italy, there was an increase on average of over 3,000% in terms of built-up areas. And in the center, the trend is over, because it's over 400%. And in the south, that is characterized by low settlement and low density municipalities, there was an increase of over 2,000%. If we saw at the population density, the trend is the same of each one retrieved for the European countries. We have an increase between 1971 to 2011 and then, to 21, and then we retrieved a decrease in population density. So it's not possible to justify the increase in for the built-up areas in terms of housing demand. Looking at the LCR ratio, for all NUTS 3 region, Italian NUTS 3 region, there's a LCR ratio in the last 10 years doubled or tripled than the LCR ratio evaluated for the period 1975-2020. So it's another critical alarm. And so concluding, despite their population size and limited increase in population density, the small municipalities registered an increase of built-up areas, and it's an irreversible land consumption process. As I said, comparing European and the Italian or European trend in terms of LCR ratio, all countries are involved in this increased trend, excluding Malta. And another interesting focus that the analysis on NUTS3 Italian region returned and registered some cases of a growth of over 6,000% in terms of built-up areas between 1975 to 2020, with at the same time a decrease of 46% of population density. So it's a paradox, but that's it. Future perspective of this research, the first is a specific formulation for LCR equation, because the LCR equation is suitable for developing countries, but probably for developed countries as European ones is more suitable linear or geometrical, probably geometrical, but more linear equation. So is the further perspective is investigating more suitable formulas. And the extension of the sample in order to compare the trend between the small municipalities with the larger one that are more investigated in terms of built-up area expansion. And another insight derived from the installation of renewable energy system that represent a land consumption process. So it's interesting include them in this assessment to evaluate the better the built-up area expansion and the land consumption processes among the not only Italian but all European countries. So thank you for your attention.
Okay, any comments, any questions?
This additional, land consumption and, how to say, expansion of built-up area, what type of is it the housing or is it what type of real estate is that?
Global human settlement layer include all the anthropic settlement, all from infrastructure, residential and residential farms, industries, all urban areas.
So it's like paved and sealed land.
Yeah, it's just in general.
Yeah. And it's interesting that there is the availability of historical data with a large amount of data coming from several years.
The scale, the resolution was how kilometer?
Because the historical data coming from Landsat image, from remote sensing data, but the scale is high. But the information is useful to understand what are the trends, in terms of direction. Also, if the resolution is not very well.
Yeah, especially for such small settlements, it can be very easily. Also in terms of trends, because what can happen within a cell by 1 kilometer or 1 kilometer, there could be a development there and you cannot capture because the majority stays unsealed.
Yeah, but
so we may say that it is an underestimate
No, it can work both ways.
Yeah.
Both, because smaller scale development can be neglected or can be overestimated.
Yeah. This is a limitation of this research because the only data available is this. So if you want to have a higher resolution, you should move your snapshot in the last 10 years, in the last 20 years, but not to more.
Yeah, I was wondering, can you explain how do you look at net zero net consumption? And why has to be net zero, or why is this goal?
Net it's an European. That's the out in European Union. It's the current target. Net zero consumption.
What is it? What is net zero consumption? Can you explain that?
Is this goal, this ambitious target, is oriented to reduce or stop new land consumption, so restore sealed soils or restore anthropic settlement and avoid to build new buildings, build new anthropic areas, including also the, as I said, the build of renewable energy system that that can be included in the land consumption processes.
So you are gonna just practically simply say, look at history and here were the buildings, and then you look at the landsat or whatever the satellite images, and then you say, okay, here they built new buildings, and this is then the land consumption, so to say. But when is going to be net zero? What is the measurement? Okay, you build new buildings here, and you demolish some others, and so is that how it's measured?
Net zero is in the provision of planning system. No? So today we have this consumption. My planning
Well,
regulation.
tell me what is consumption? I mean, consumption usually is if I eat something.
Yes, because
So
you
what
change
is-
it from agriculture.
What is the land consumption?
It is a theoretical goal, nothing else.
Yeah, but if you want to analyze it, then you need to understand it. So I'm just trying to
You don't
understand.
know what to measure.
If you can
Yeah,
tell me
it's
what
not
do you
clear.
measure?
It's
how
not
do you
clear
measure?
because someone says that it is soil seeding, any form of soil seeding. No, could be yes. Other scientists think that the transition from natural to semi-natural or semi-natural to anthropic use is a measure in order to express the land consumption index. The zero net consumption is a policy target, probably not
But
achieved.
it's a political target, then you
Policy-
and then you need to kind of understand what is meant by it if you want to measure it. So you first have to kind of have
Yes, there are some
and then you
ambiguous-
can have
ambiguous,
different understandings of what it means, so you can feed the politics in different ways. So if I'm making a model, I have to kind of understand the basics of.
Yes, it's just,
of it.
it's statistics. This is what politicians can juggle with. So,
Yeah, but for the researcher, that's.
yeah, that's a different story.
Point, right?
I would say.
How, yeah, it's a different, what's my interpretation? There can be many different interpretations.
Yeah.
There could be in Italy one interpretation, in Germany another one.
Yes,
I can
yes, and you have the EU interpretation and
And
so on
then,
and
but
so
then you
forth.
cannot compare and then you cannot talk if you have different ideas about it.
This is why they sit every 4 weeks or whatever, and solve out these things.
But I mean, as researchers, this sounds stupid. Net zero land consumption. I mean,
Well,
how is
you
net
know,
zero
if
and
you-
what is net zero?
I would say if you look at things over time, so this is not statistics, you will find that landscape and the fabric is dynamic. So
Yes.
you have settlements that have been there in some places, that have been destroyed. that are completely lost.
Yeah, and
So there is a minus.
Exactly. The other thing is, like, it's minus, but it might be historically important. So it would not be minus, but it would be plus 100 because it's historically important. So you know you have to add some weights to what you're dealing with because but who is going to define the worth or the value of what? If we're not just talking equally valuable things, you don't want to destroy in Athens all the beautiful ruins. So this is the more valuable. So it's what is net zero in this case? You know how do you do
Exactly,
that?
but in the landscape, you know, even at least in Europe, you can have a complete loss of sediments. There's nothing left, no remnants, nothing. You only know from historic writings, basically, that there's been a village or whatever, and it's completely gone. So that would be a minus. And adding an extra value to a minus, how do you value something like Atlantis?
Yeah, but what I am actually suggesting is kind of, I mean, I guess we need to understand what we mean by the simple net zero land consumption.
Yeah.
And that is probably a good research question that is really interesting. And then it's like what, we just don't take like, oh, here's one formula, you know, it's like, what do we really mean by that and how complex this is and what are the impact factors that are impacting our different understanding of this basic concept, right? I think that's really interesting to discuss, but why would this even be a goal? You know, I think it's the role of our researchers to say, is that, you know, makes sense or not? And I don't know, sorry, I don't know if this makes sense.
No, the discussion was okay.
I don't think there's any zero net consumption.
I don't think so.
That's what politicians talk
That's
about.
why I
This is
know,
what I
like,
say.
what is that?
Your researcher, the
What is that goal?
No.
In the
What is
short
that
Zero.
goal?
in the short term, but the problem exists because since European declared these general objectives, at national level some normative action will be taken.
Yeah.
No? And when the normative action fits a rule, a formula, something like that, probably we are going in a state or in a system that helps to urban regeneration, urban renovation, or something like that.
Yeah, but I'm questioning also the role of researchers. So are we just following and we are feeding the whole system, or we are asking really interesting questions, you know, that's more complex. Yeah. But there was
Any other
a
comments?
here something called revolution.
No. So, because it would be following Elena's, it would be interesting as maybe the next PhD student, or maybe you, but talking about different type of land uses, intensity of land use, is to define, okay, so we know that we need to come up with that guideline, you know, to comply with the regulation. So what are those areas, rather than, you know, just kind of do like a unifying analysis? Okay, so what are those areas, either because they are historic or they have some value that we really don't want to touch, we don't want expansion into those areas, and what are the ones that we, want to consider? So basically, kind of suitability analysis to do that, and I think that would have some value for that population. I mean, net zero means that in some areas we will allow maybe more development because I don't think net zero is feasible, and then those areas that we don't want to touch, like that, because they have historic value or any other value. But I think it's important the distinction between different types of land uses and then things different. But it's great.
And I would love to see some maps.
Yes.
Different suggest visualization.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Luigi. Thanks for the.
Good job.
Nice. Okay, we have time, but I believe that we have also coffee break. No.